Doop, 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 dee. Hey. Welcome, welcome, everybody. So, as promised, I'm here again. And I realized something last night, that kind of put a hurt on me wanting to test temples with no percent increase in magic monsters. That is, the Xantippe medallion works differently than I thought. If you have a fully upgraded temple with all of the modifiers, you gotta run 80 temples to remove them all. You only decrease one map mod every 10 temples. I thought it was like it was a sort of how do I explain, like a dynamic thing where you just run 10 temples and then they all go away. But no, that's not how it works. But it's okay. I think I can just kind of wing it anyway. Sometimes it won't spawn with a modifier regardless. We can see if there's a big difference. Avodes asked, do I play PoE 1? I do, but not playing Legacy of Frisia. I will likely do some 3.28 when it comes out. Anyway, fully upgraded temple, full up on locks, everything locked down. And a mirror tier weapon, courtesy of yesterday's stream. Had this mirrored about 6 times so far yesterday. If anybody needs it, let me know. No fee.
A place in perpetual motion.
So, wow. Well, that's crazy. Actually, I randomed a temple with that rolled only pack size and rare monster mods. This actually didn't roll rarity or magic monsters, so this is going to be really insightful. This is literally what I wanted to test. This specific combination of no area rarity and no magic monsters. This will probably be the only temple that rolls this way. So let's see how many, given that I still have like 6 modifiers in the map. No area rarity, no magic monsters. I wonder if you introduce like 500% increase rare monsters or magic monsters, does that like, that would increase the magic monster count by 5x.
Some stains never wash away.
Which is a huge amount, actually. And the programming does suggest, if you check online, if you look into it, that increased magic monsters does in fact get in the way of rare monster spawn rate. They work against each other. So when you have increased number of rare monsters, you will automatically have fewer magic monsters. When you have increased number of magic monsters, you will have fewer rare monsters. And that is the reason why we test. I'll tell you one thing, if I drop like 90 divine orbs or more here, then I'm gonna commit to that. It'll be a bit of a shorter stream today, about 4 to 5 hours, 4.5 hours, I think. It's something I gotta do later. Well, that was not. I'm not seeing many tinks as of yet. Could be coincidence. Probably have 5 or 6 map mods on the temple right now. Dang it. Yeah, this looks bad right off the bat. Like most of the rares aren't dropping anything, but then randomly I'll get like huge drop off one rare. I'll look into secret quests. You the same guy who was on the Discord last week about this? Anybody else heard about secret quests? If there are secret quests but people know about them, then they're no longer a secret, actually. So it's either real or it ain't. Which is it? And if it's real, then there's proof somewhere. Like in PoE 1, there's the whole fishing, Krilson fishing rod thing. But to this day, there's still no proof of that resolving to anything meaningful. I'll let other people spend their time chasing rabbit holes in that regard. But if there is something that identifiably proven that's really special, then yeah, I'll look into it. I'm not going to be the first person to break that information. I mean, that's... Krilson, whatever, dude. Like, you know what I'm talking about. The whole fishing Krilson, or fishing thing. People have been trying to figure out what secret quests or whatever lie in that for literally 10 years. You undoubtedly know more about it than I do, so you know exactly what I'm referring to. There we go.
Many ones.
Big twisters? Thanks. So are you gonna, like, do you have a link to some definitive proof of your
The vow.
secret quest? A meaningful advantage? Yeah, I'm not really seeing that many tinks here with this map mod setup, so it's killing my
Your talent.
enthusiasm potentially about the potential of no magic monsters. But hey, you know, I'm getting some lock medallions. That's good. Knew this temple layout showing me flames. Flames? What do you mean flames, good sir? Whatever do you mean? Flames. You mean it's like a flaming good temple? Difficult? Oh yes. Yes, it is. Morning, did you change your typical stream time? Indirectly, yes. Directly, no. I changed my typical sleep time. And that is in effect changed my stream time. But this is not a permanent thing. I'll be moving it forward over time. Your Spymaster chain's done, just having to complete Corrupt Thaumaturge part on the top left. It is fun. It can be frustrating, but it's fun too. I still contend that the Golem Work Smithy thing is a lot easier than people make it out to be. At least with the layout I'm using. It's especially easy because every single Golem Works is on a corner with another one, meaning you can attach 2 Golem Works to one path. That really helps make it easier. Alchemy Lab. I'm definitely dropping less stuff than normal. This one. What class do I play? This is Invoker. Spark Twister, Battle Mage Invoker. Cross between Twister and Spark. It's cast on crit Spark with Twister. Which is an absolutely fantastic skill for delivering massive crits. One Twister attack can deliver hundreds of crits, potentially. I did finish the spear, yeah. Spear done. Had about 6 people mirror it at the end of stream yesterday. Here it is. Finished. What's the test being done? This is a bit of an informal test, just trying to get a feel for how negatively impacting magic mobs is. Increased number of magic mobs. How many divine orbs? Just straightforwardly, I get like usually between 75 and 85. But I'm definitely getting less on this run. This map spawned unusual. No increased number of magic mobs, but it also spawned with no rarity either, area rarity. But I've had maps that have no area rarity still drop like 80 divine orbs, so I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why sometimes when I'm doing runs like randomly, I'll have a map that only drops like 60 divine orbs. And I was thinking maybe on those maps they have like a double or triple roll of increased number of magic monsters, and it's like stifling the rare monster spawn rate. Thought that might be the explanation, but not really according to this run here. Of course, if a map has if a temple has map modifiers, and if that same temple has no magic monster mods, then it's gonna have, you know, more good mods. It's probably gonna have more rarity, for example. So I was contemplating maybe doing a real test of like no map modifiers whatsoever. Thought maybe perhaps that would actually average higher divine drop rates than just you know, randomly 8 map modifiers. Congrats on the spear. Thanks. It is feeling nice. I did already have a really good spear, but I think I noticed a little bit of an improvement. I should definitely be having like higher cold damage. Because I'm way higher, a little bit higher minimum, way higher maximum. And I also have an extra socket that has cold damage. Yeah, this is a free mirror fee to mirror if you guys want it. Already done about 6 copies of this for other players. Yeah, Rune of Winter. That is a lot of, surprisingly a lot of cold damage on top of it. I think my next YouTube video is going to be talking about the power of freeze. I'm talking about this yesterday a bit. I can even talk a little bit about the leveling portion where I went like Hollow Palm and tried to go Tempest Flurry, and then that ended up not working so well, even though that gave like higher lightning damage and shock. It had some problems with like survivability, but then when you go Ice Strike, suddenly it's way easier. What uniques do you typically pick up in the temple with potential value? Well, there's actually too many to name. You see which ones I pick up. This one, if it scores extra spirit, that's good. It actually went under spirit there. Greed's Embrace, Hiri's Ire. I don't know, there are a lot, actually. But most of them, like, in order to be really worth anything, they have to corrupt into something good. There are a few that are worth something even even uncorrupted, like, well, mainly the Vertex. Hey man, just want to drop by and say you've had my favorite build for 2 leagues in a row now. Esco says, awesome. Wait, you playing this build too? You playing this quirky Battle Mage Invoker Twister? Look at that Trinity though. That Trinity is... That's what gets me. I feel like I caught lightning in a bottle with that Trinity uptime. Holy, I mean that's way better than what I have on my Deadeye. It's crazy how reliable that is. Just look at that. Ain't that something? I feel like I need to make a second video on it. Easy.
You reek of stupidity.
Literally, like, for a second there, it was like max. Hard to work with because I randomly cast out like the wrong element, Twister. Doesn't seem to matter though. Well, let's see how many I got there. Can this build be done on Amazon? I mean, you can do a different version of Twister on Amazon, but you can't do this build on Amazon. Wow. So I only dropped 49 Divine Orbs. That is the lowest number I have ever seen, actually, ever, since completing it on a full temple. In fact, that might be like 20% lower than the lowest number I've ever seen. That's enlightening. But again, it's still really weird because I've had maps that have no area rarity still drop like 80 divines, so I still don't know what to make of that. I don't know, let's see what happens on the next one.
No matter the path, I'll walk it.
Okay, again, I have no magic mob roll, but I have 20% area rarity. Just 20%. That'd be so ridiculous if Magic Monsters is actually... That'd be so dumb. I don't know, I mean technically it could be if there's still like tons of normal mobs. But like, I'm not buffing magic mobs hardly at all, except I guess monster effectiveness.
The curse is now its to bear.
It's hard to see in the middle of combat when I, you know, popping divines and stuff on a mobs. Is it coming from... Like, where is it coming from? Is it coming from a rare mob or a magic mob? I get the magic mobs are better than normal mobs, but like... What I'm saying is, due to all the corruption chambers and stuff, we're cranking up...
You have made a great mistake.
Rare monsters so hard that... Yeah, I get that.
The mighty fall.
How much rarity? I have 179 player rarity. This map I have 20% area rarity. So not much either way.
The vow of many
Can I make a video of the Spearcraft? Yeah, I thought about it, but then was like, I don't really know if it's... Usually when I make a video on a craft, it's to like... show people how to craft their own version, but this is an actual mirror tier item, so... I'm not really sure how valuable a video would be. I was thinking of maybe making a short instead. What's your least favorite map to find in the Valve thing in, and why is this CP?
you challenge
At least Reddit makes it look that way. I don't know what my least favorite map is to find the Val Temple mechanic. You know what? Probably Channel. I think Channel might be my least favorite map.
Need more mana.
Yeah, Cliffside is terrible. It quite often spawns way at the end. I don't mind Stronghold. That one's okay. Ooh.
another medallion. The vow
Sun Temple is really good, but it does bug out sometimes and not work. It's super easy to find it. Antara says I skipped the PoE 2 league this time. Is it worth starting now? Yeah, I'd say so. Took a long time left. And this is most people's favorite league so far.
The vow have many on
It has some pretty aspirational content too with the temple. Some people referring it to like a lightning in a bottle league mechanic. I've said for a while I think this is potentially the best league mechanic he's ever made. Across all games. It's obviously a little rough around the edges, but
the vow have many on
I obviously favor mechanics that require an enormous amount of investment in time to get an enormous amount of reward. When mirror drop? Yeah, I haven't even thought about mirror drop actually today. But I'll probably drop it now that I'm no longer thinking about it in the back of my head. It's just gonna happen. It's gonna have to happen. It has to. It has to, right, guys? I did drop a lock yesterday on stream. How many divines? Between 16 and 17,000. So I should have at least 2 mirrors now, I think, dropped. Based on what I'm hearing. What's a good starter? Is it doable with this build, or should I do something else to farm currency and swap? Oh yeah, Twister is great for a starter. You can follow this starter for this if you want. Type exclamation mobilytics. How long to set up my temple? A very long time. I bricked it at the very final stages too in a terrible way. It took like 200 temples to do it. Something like that. That's not even counting the brick, so it was actually more like 350 temples, maybe. Counting the brick. Woo. $220 runs, Trials of Chemist.
perhaps you will.
Well, 220 is not the average for that thing. Isn't it like an average of like 400 or 500 trials to get that last flame? Is it still worth it to start this build at this point in the league? Well, I mean, that's up to you. What you want out of it. You've certainly got a nice progression curve for this build. Viable, good leveling. Great on the low budget. Great on the mid budget. Great on the high budget. The only thing it's not very good at is bossing on a low budget. Not good at that. Dang it.
You have made a grave mistake.
res. I have like 85 all res before headhunter buffs.
Need more mana.
No mirrors yet. How much rarity do I have? 179 player rarity. Proper currency sinks. Hey man, I hit this spear with like 600 divine orbs yesterday. I'd say that's a proper currency sink. Got a nice bit of divining in. Much love from Germany. Alright, Hexahedron, thanks for that. Thanks for your love. No, not 600 for the cost. I mean 600 actual divine orbs divining it. Sunk into the item after it was done. 600 raw divines divining it. Oh, it was 2 mirrors to craft. Thereabout. Even then, I definitely got a bit lucky to hit that in 2 mirrors. I'd be like 2. I said 3 to 6. I don't know. Maybe it's like 2 to 4 mirrors on average. Spent a week trying to build the temple and it didn't bend the second corner. The second corner? Hey, well you got the first corner done. Look on the bright side. You don't have 2 mirrors? Neither did I, but people insisted on donating currency, so... it's easy, just get people to donate currency to you. AKA be a streamer. A likable streamer. That's the hard part. Being a streamer is not hard. Being likable is... Ugh. Mendoksai, ne?
You have made a brave creature.
You had 2 friends quit and give you some? Well, there you go. No, I mean, obviously, I could farm 2 mirrors of raw currency pretty easily. I would have to simply stop trying to divine this stupid amulet. Or not divine, but Hinekora Sanctify or Corrupt. Dumped like 15 Hinekoras into it. That's way over 2 mirrors there. And how many hours do you make your temple? I don't know. I don't even know how many hours. A huge number of hours. Maybe 100 hours. Yeah, probably 100 hours. Because at the time I was running a temple in over 20. Well, that's not true actually. In the beginning, temples don't take that long to run because it's not that much of a temple. You're not necessarily running it all anyway. Between 100 and 200 hours gameplay, I guess. Probably. Ish. Third
This
lock medallion. The smithy. The smithy. Fawzia Mad says I'm likable. Wow. Alright, well, you speak for the entire internet, so now I believe it. The internet has spoken. I've said that the temple took, it would take somewhere between like 100 to 200 full, temple runs once you have the architect in the right place, and everything's pretty clean otherwise on your temple. Something like 100 to 200 temple runs in total to get, actually, that's just to get like everything, all the tech out of the way. Probably. It's not even necessarily finishing the temple, but all the hard parts out of the way. Not much time. Dude, well that's a lot of divine orbs there. See, now I'm dropping a lot of divines. What the heck? I don't think you can smithy golem smithy anymore. Wait, what do you mean? They destroyed it? Not even with pathing tech? That'd be so crazy if they nerf the Russian. Imagine if they delete the Russian tech in a random hotfix like right now. That would be so shitty, but it's like so goated at the same time. Without the temple resets for everybody, obviously. Actually, let me... I kind of want to do a poll, actually. I think I'm going to do a poll. Yeah, I want to do a poll real quick. Hold on. This would be funny. On Twitch, anyway. Poll. Let's see. Question. What should GGG do? Option 1. How should I word this? I'm gonna say destroy all Russian tech. But wait. Kill tech reset temples. Kill tech no reset. Steps. Don't action event. Okay, we'll say patch tech. Patch out. All right, here's a poll. In case you're watching from YouTube, sorry. What should Jiggy do? Patch tech wipe. Patch tech, meaning all Russian tech, Roman roads, all of it gone. And wipe all temples, meaning legacy temples wiped. Everybody's temples. Everybody starts with no temple. Patch tech no wipe, or patch nothing. We're talking about like today, like randomly today. I should have reworded the poll. This is for today. It's a 3-minute wait. If you're on YouTube, you can go to Twitch and submit your answer to the poll. I'm sure people who haven't even done their temple yet would be like, patch temple, wipe all temples. If it's all wipe and disable all tech, it's not that bad, honestly. Well, hey, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. That's why the poll is there.
You have made a great mistake.
Literally less than a day. Damn, dude. Less than a day, really. I could only run 50 temples in a day. It was the most I ever ran. And those weren't full temples. Those were only like partial temples because it wasn't done yet.
You have made a great mistake.
Next league, they need to figure out how Temple isn't the main character. No, I low-key hope Temple is still the main character next league. I hope, here's what I really hope. I hope they nerf Temple just enough to make everybody say, oh, Temple dead, Temple dead. But, like, that's not the case at all. Except at the same time, they buff the in-game, or they change the in-game. Okay, no, not even buff the in-game. They changed the in-game to coerce everyone into thinking there's a brand new in-game, and it's going to be, like, you know, super riveting, and it's going to result in so much currency and stuff. But the actual truth of the matter is the temple is still like 3 times better than the new end game, and I'm just gonna be doing the temple the whole time. That's like my best case scenario for next league. Who's with me? New end game, the end game sucks, temple's still goated even after nerfs. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 89. What? That makes... Do you guys see this? That makes no sense. This is literally like the same temple I just ran. Except it has less number of rare monsters and 1 rarity roll. 20% rarity. And the last one actually had like 60% pack size. This one has like 20% pack size. And I dropped 49 Divine Orbs. This one I dropped 89 Divine Orbs. I dropped almost twice as many Divine Orbs on this temple. With almost identical rolls. It's so inconsistent. Is it really this inconsistent? That's so weird, man. What? 89? You guys know what the average between 49 and 89 is? Right there on the screen. I dropped a 3-socketed clean Voltaxic Rip. This is the second time I've dropped this. I think this is an extra socket or exceptional tier 0. That's wild. Worth several divines. right. Let's try another one. Clues. Alright, let's see what we get. Oh, we got magic mobs.
Stones obey old
And
magics.
more rarity. Ooh. Okay, we got the magic mob roll. This is like one roll that's bugged into 400 something. Let's see how bad it is. How's the new spear? It's looking good. I guess you have no way to see it.
The mighty fall.
Here it is. It is done. Now without a little bit of drama.
You reek of stupidity.
Some stones never wash away.
Need a spear like that? Or just give me a mirror. And I'll give you a spear just like it.
Open your eyes.
One mirror is your fee.
You reek of stupidity, foul creature.
Yeah. Yeah, it was after League donations, so. Sadly, I do not have a mirror. Oh. You gotta get on that. Aren't there some websites you can go to get that fixed?
Back to the soil.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Not yet. Face me.
Perhaps you will be a good practice.
Need more mana. I'm unable.
So guys, am I gonna drop more or less than 69 divine orbs on this temple? Now that I have a magic mob roll. $67.
Need more mana.
Might be.
Reveal your will.
Perhaps you will be a good practice.
I don't know when, but I I believe in 2 mirror, 1 temple. Oh my god. That'd be so insane. Like that actually would be so insane.
Ancient power. Back to the soil.
The vow.
Double mirror drops. I mean, if it's like... Actually, in PoE 2, is there any duplicated currency drops? Well, I guess there is in now in the new Delirium currency mechanic. Yeah, that'd be the only place to drop a duped mirror, huh? There's got to be like a Reddit post or something with that. It's got to be. Expedition? Him. Pretty sure there was a clip of 2 mirrors dropping with a small group a few weeks back. Ooh.
The vow
Yeah.
remain unseen.
Back to the soil. Foolish farm.
Maybe next league GGG will buff the temple mid league because of people complaining about how bad the loot is again.
You challenge the king.
I need more lock medallions, yo.
Not this one.
The move's bad. I'm not dropping a single mirror per temple. Oh. I enjoy building the temple more than loot from it, so the best would be make building the temple easier. More lock drop, but nerf loot. Wait, no, you would want, if you enjoy building the temple more, then you want the temple to be harder to build. You have to spend even more time constructing it. Less time enjoying the fruits of your labor. I can actually relate to that. I think I'm kidding, but I actually relate to it a little bit.
Another medallion. You challenge.
Finish my weapon crafting, yup. We done. Damn, that alt press was pretty rough. Probably shouldn't have pressed alt there.
The vow.
My computer did a double take when I pressed alt. It was like, wait, what? I saw you made a video for speed. You know, I think I will. You guys have convinced me. I thought it'd be a little cheesy or whatever. I'm sitting here thinking in the back of my head while streaming here how I might go about making a video. Because it's true, some people might just want to see it for entertainment's sake. I can include some clips in there, the highlights. Some people might want to just gain a little bit of knowledge to see, you know, part entertainment, part knowledge gaining. Some people might literally want to know how to craft it because they're rich and they want to make their own and sanctify it, like somebody said earlier. There's like 3 different camps of people there. I don't know, I guess between those 3 camps it might be worth making. I mean, I still don't recommend people try to craft this the way I did, unless you know, unless you're that much of a high roller. So I'll have to include like budget options. I mean, the budget option is basically 0.3 spear. Oh, snap! Lock medallion clutch at the end of the Spymaster chain and the Alk Lab. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm about to make a post in the feedback forums asking GGG why I haven't dropped a headhunter yet today. Nerf Temple? Temple nerfed? I wish every time I dropped a Divine Orb it said whether it was sourced from a rare mob or a magic mob. How often do you guys think Divine Orbs drop from magic mobs? There's almost no magic mobs. So it seems 1 out of 10. So if I drop 100, then 10 of them worth on it. Do you think they will apply that pre-nerf lock next league that require you to lock tier 3? No, I think they're either going to somehow do the heavy lifting of actually patching out the whole tech thing, which is probably require a fair bit of extra programming on their part. Or they're going to say, F it, I don't really want to spend our time on this, which is probably the more likely scenario. That it will survive. The tech will survive, and you know, next league will once again be compelled to make the unethical temples, but maybe it'll only be 7x7 or 8x8 instead of 9x9. And I do think there's a very high chance that they make the temple smaller. It's just such an obvious solution to so many problems, or so many grievances. Is this test with no magic mobs? Well, it kind of is, if it randomly rolls with no magic mob. But actually, I would have to run like 80 temples to remove mods completely, so it's not going to be the greatest test. But the upside is that I can kind of... I mean, I already kind of know how many divines I'm averaging with magic mobs. So it's not really that important, but we have both going on at once. Maybe even make it an odd shape. Oh, I know. We can do like they've done with the Atlas and make it so every person's temple is different. Every temple layout is different, guys. Imagine instead of a box, like everyone has a box like this, it's just like squiggly and weird and random. Wouldn't that be fun? Can't copy anybody. Can't copy any temples then. You gotta do it yourself. People riot. Ah, the whole community would get the pitchforks out. They can't do that. Nah. Yep. How do I set up a filter like mine? From your end, it's easy. You go to the description of the stream. You click the link from the filter. You follow the filter that you want to. It's Divine Strict. Then when you refresh it on your screen, it'll show up. Where's your channel point alert? I've never messed with that. I'm not really sure what the big deal about that is. Other than like annoying GIF sounds and stuff that I don't really like. So. I do contend I should probably do something with it, but I'm not really sure. I definitely don't want people randomly, like, making a bunch of noisy alerts in the game, though. You got it? It's so much fun for the viewers. When I view streams, and I'm listening to the streamer, and then suddenly the streamer gets cut off by some freaky like GIF thing that like distracts him and like you know RIPs my ears at the same time. I gotta say I'm not a big fan as a viewer. Not a big fan. So it's called being old. Well. There's a lot of old people who play these games, so it's okay. Games aren't for young people, games are for old people too. So get over it. Ooh. Ooh, you're using some pretty aggressive language there. Telling a streamer to get over his own view of how to handle his own stream. Even the most patient streamer on Earth would probably look at that comment and think, yeah, this guy's asking to not belong to this stream very much longer. Yikes. Yeah. The way I look at everything is, if I was the person in that person's shoes, would I ever say what they just said under any circumstances? Even on my worst day. On my worst day, would I say that? Or on my worst day, would I want that? And if the answer is an emphatic no, well, I'm starting to think maybe I'm entitled. Now I'm stuck on this stupid thing here. No headhunter buffs. Alright. Yeah, I knew one would finally make it through here. Give me my energy shield. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate advice from you guys if you want to, like, if you want to make suggestions, something you would like to see, but outright telling me to do something is not going to go far. Oh my god, dude. Alright, I'm about to just... Wait, I got another one to come through. No, you can't shoot through the door because it's actually straight retarded the way the programming works. I can't get through and I can't shoot through. I can't, like, twisters don't go through. Everything is blocked. All projectiles are blocked on the inside. And so it's like completely fucked. I don't know what the programming is about here. So I have to, like, run in, and then I don't have phasing either. So the only thing that makes this work is occasionally monsters will, like, slip through somehow, and then I can finally get through. And once there's like I get rid of the critical mass in the doorway, I can finally go through. So it's super annoying. Alright. I'll hit that. Really? Bro, this is actually worth a lot, I think. I have all the lines. All the lines. It's not crit, though. It's not crit. What is this worth? Yeah, that's gotta be worth a bit, especially with the spell damage implicit. That's gotta be something. We'll check that in a minute. Unfortunately, it didn't hit crit. It hit damage and magnified, not damage and crit. And it still somehow didn't replace, like, this would have actually been, it would have actually been really good if it replaced the cost mod, but it didn't. Unless there's, for some reason, people want the cost mod on there. I don't think they do, though. How to play PoE right now, exit the game and then uninstall the game.
You reek of stupidity!
Well, I got more than 67 divines.
You have made a great mistake. Square.
Is it okay to post link to my temple advice?
The mighty fall.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know if you're not doing the same layout I'm doing, then I probably don't have much advice to give.
Reek of stupidity, creature.
So annoyed with locked medallion RNG of level 3, 11 level 3 spy masters, average 1 per run. That was me a couple days ago. And yesterday I was averaging like 4. Seven rooms in one go. Your other corruption snake. And now I'm holding 3 pretty easily at the moment. This one already starts off being pretty good. Yeah, I got 7, actually, I think. 6 or 7, maybe. Maybe it was only 6. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 78. 78. Maybe. Maybe it's worth it. Nope. Pinky.
Hello.
Go on.
Post on Discord? Okay. Well, maybe somebody else can help you out too. Doesn't necessarily have to be me. Alright. What is this worth? Wrathpith with magnitude of ailments per life. Damage per and life. Critical hit chance per Oh, that was your temple. Yeah. No. None? What? Alright, which mod is... What do you mean though? Oh, what? That's stupid. I hate this so much, dude. This stupid thing can't, like, figure it out. Just figure it out, man. Just figure it out. These non-channeling. Oh my god. So dumb. So effing dumb. How can it be so cheap? Look at that. Look at that. Of course. If I got rid of the other mod, it would have been worth several divines. Of course. I do, I just never used it yet. I did actually get it though. I'm slow. Wow. Well. No, it's not absolutely necessary, but it's kind of important. It's really good until you have, like, you're farming temples with Rite of Passage, Cat, and Headhunter and stuff where you have, like, nearly 100% crit chance anyway on everything. I can't use the Scepter though, it'll screw me over on like gain is extra. fire will be too much damage. It'll mess up Trinity. Run Temple. Yeah, I can't imagine that, but you guys won't see it if I use it either.
A place in perpetual motion.
Not yet.
These rare monster minions could be magic instead of normal.
Meet the dream.
Magic mobs again.
You have made a grave mistake.
Have you considered dropping siphoning element? Feels like only cold infusion is useful. Yeah, it is. Only cold infusion is useful, but Frostbomb's not going to give me anywhere near as many cold infusion because by the time it goes off, I'll already... In fact, not even a single Frostbomb would go off because the second I cast it, it would... Or rather... No, that's not right. I assume you put it in cast on ailment. What, am I going to hard cast? Am I going to hard cast it or something? I don't really want to hard cast it. I don't want to hard cast it now. And it would go off behind me. I would never even pick it up.
You have made a grave mistake.
Well, cast on ailment, I don't have the spirit for that anyway. You run Trinity plus cast on ailment plus cast on crit. Maybe do something like that. Getting an even bit better body armor, which is I do wish I was making more use of getting like lightning and fire infusions, but flame wall just isn't even worth putting in and losing a single damage support on Spark. Like it's just that weak compared to pure damage Spark. It's actually have really powerful support options for Spark in this build. Losing a single one of those would be rough. You would only get a fraction of the infusions, I know. I do wish Siphon Elements was a little more favorable for freeze, though. It is kind of annoying how, like, 6% chance to shot. Like, they've balanced a lot of things around freeze giving bigger benefits, but siphoning elements isn't set up that way. The percentage chance of it happening should be much higher because it's way easier to shock an enemy multiple times or ignite an enemy multiple times before it dies, but you can't freeze an enemy multiple times before it dies. Unless you're not killing it fast. How good was the first temple you did with no magic mobs, no rarity? It was the worst I've ever seen. It was 49 divine orbs. Literally the worst. So that was pretty alarming. Like, it was outside the window of probable, like, min-max ratios. I can't even believe it was that bad. Because it was a fully maxed finished temple and only dropped 49 divine orbs. I was expecting like 70 plus. No, it's not because I had no rarity, because I've had a lot of I've ran a lot of temples with 0 area rarity, and I still get like 70 to 80 divines on them. So I was actually expecting to see maybe like a huge number, but for some stupid reason it only dropped 49. So I can't make any sense of it. The rolls that temple had, it had a very high pack size roll. It had like 60% increased pack size.
Perhaps you will.
All the random rolls hit pack. But I don't know, still it's just garbage. Maybe area rarity matters more than magic monsters being bad. I don't know. But I can't really account for 49 divine orbs. That's the lowest I've ever seen by a long shot. I have no explanation for that. Oh yeah, hit it. You failed.
Meet the dreamer. Cursed one.
The vow. We are fierce and glass.
Might not even be worth spending cultivation orbs on that item anymore.
I'm unable.
You guys remember when people were like tripping that soul wait, I forgot the name of the belt. Soul Tether. Soul Tether cost like 11 divines if it was like Giga with a good Val cultivation orb. And people were like freaking out about it. And now the Val cultivation orb itself is 11 divine. How many divines do you get a temple? Usually between 75 and 85, I've found. On a full temple juice like this. With 8 map mods. Randomly.
Will be a patriotic fight.
You know, random rolls of rarity and all that. How many div per hour? Raw div per hour? You mean like everything? Everything? I don't know. I'm gonna have to test it. I would have been testing it starting literally today, or yesterday actually. Except I postponed the test because I wanted to test Magic Monster removing it first in case that ended up being better. I can do 3 temples in an hour. Not counting having to farm crystals. Counting farming crystals, I guess it's at least 2 temples an hour, so I don't know, 160 divines an hour maybe. I already got my 3rd lock medallion. Looks like Jonathan is tapping that buff button again. Buff locks. Buff locks. What do you guys think? Do you think Jonathan's buffing the lock drop rate today? I think he is.
Not yet.
Oh man, 4th lock medallion. Full up again. Max lock count. Gonna rot. Any other lock medallions dropping this run will be rotting. I think he's buffing something else. What, Regal Orbs? You need to make perfect Regal Orbs. Also be eye level 70 plus.
You reek of stupidity!
Probably his ego because he contributed to the temple. Hey, I mean, don't you think it's time we finally give Jonathan his due? Jonathan is a great game developer. Just purely on account of him overseeing a game that created this marvelous league mechanic. Better than any league mechanic in PoE 1 history. I mean, you have to give the guy props for that. It's 100% an accident? No, dude, I can see it now. Jonathan's sitting there at his computer, single-handedly building the temple. Like 24/7 in the New Zealand office, his master computer. And he's like tweaking the numbers. He's like, oh yeah, people are gonna think this is trash at first, but they'll have to wait and see. They'll have to wait and see. It's like they're gonna think it's so bad they're gonna demand a buff, and then I'm gonna buff it, and then it's gonna blow their effing mind. And you're just sitting there like master planning the whole thing, bro. I mean, he deserves like a Nobel Prize or something for that. Nobel Prize for the best league mechanic ever made in a video game. That's what we need a category for that. Imagine he's watching the stream. He's like lurking in the stream right now. He'd just be like, "Who's this Snoobay guy? I really like him." Oh my god. No, I did hear they in New Zealand actually on work days, which right now is actually right now, there is a halfway decent chance that my stream is currently playing in their office. Because I heard they do that. I was at ExileCon last time and I asked the developer many things, and I asked him a lot of things, and the developer randomly told me that. I was like, what the hell? They didn't directly say if my stream was ever on there, but I asked him, you think even my stream would be on there? They said, yeah, probably, because basically they'll have like a PoE2, they'll have like a PoE stream playing. They said, so basically they said they had like an office space, a big office space, and then they have a TV like, you know, at the top or whatever. And it's probably on like silence, or maybe it's playing with noise, but it probably has like no volume on. But then there'll be like one of the, I assume like if you're a streamer who is currently featured on the website, there's a decent chance that your stream is actually playing during office hours somewhere in the building. And like the developers and staff at GGG are aware of it, and they kind of see the personalities and stuff. Like, that is real. I mean, he said it's real. Which kind of blew my mind. We might have an absolute monster here. I just need to hit this for spirit. Oh my god, I actually didn't delete. Bro, imagine I hit 30 spirit on that. Actually, I gotta see what that's worth. Alpha's Howl. With 30 spirit. Yeah. So imagine. Well, hold on. What about like this? A lot less. I'm gonna hit that shit one of these days. I am gonna hit one. In the office, they were probably watching PUBG in the first week of the season, getting 300 divs per temple. Nah, they only watch people who put a camera up. They don't watch people with no cameras. Why would you want to watch a stream with no viewer cam or no stream cam? I didn't even pick that up. Actually, for real though, when I first started streaming, I bought a camera and a green screen immediately because I mean, I personally thought, you know, this was like 5 years ago or whatever, but I personally thought that anybody who was streaming the video game with no cam were like basically memeing. Like what is that? Like, how are you supposed to like connect to your audience? How are they supposed to connect to you at all, you know, if they don't have a stream cam? Like, it seemed like such a massive handicap that it wouldn't really make sense. It's one thing that's really surprised me, that people even watch streams with no cam. I'm actually kind of surprised. I know that I'm, you know, if I'm watching another stream, it's definitely a pretty big negative if they don't have a cam at all. It's just me personally, like. So I've dropped 5 lock medallions this run. 2 more getting rotted.
Ancient power.
Hey. Ben seems to be doing well without a cam. Sure, I mean, of course, if you're like world class, if you're a world class streamer in one category, but you're like memeing in another category, it can offset the memery, and you can be taken very seriously for that. So he's a world class player. So I'm not surprised in that case. Why are we stuck? This guy. This guy. Now I'm gonna have to try and fight my way through the door again. So, like, in a world where streaming the default was nobody had a cam, then it would make sense. But you know, the way human psychology works is you're always going to prefer to watch or view, interact with somebody that you can relate to better. And you can always relate to somebody who's showing their face, for which you can see, you know, all the facial reactions. You know, that human connection that is there. I mean, that's pretty obvious psychology.
Reveal your worth.
So all that is to say is, you're putting yourself at a severe handicap if you don't have a cam. So in my case, it was obvious. Comfortable or not, it was a good idea to, you know, get the cam. Now the green screen's not absolutely necessary. I think like the difference between like a green screen and no green screen is like kind of very small in retrospect, but I still definitely believe cam versus no cam is big. Watch Prada, I don't care about face camera at all. You say? Well, I think Prada is a good stream. I've watched his stream a little bit here and there, but I certainly believe that, you know, objectively, I would enjoy his stream more if he had a cam. Like, can you at least agree with that? Like, I'm pretty sure. Not saying he has to be like some kind of off-the-wall personality or something. It's just like natural psychology. Rada had a cam? No, I don't know. I didn't know he did. We're talking about the other Twister wizard in the community.
Reek of stupidity! I need mana. I cannot. You have made a grave mistake.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that.
Alright, so this is our second run with magic monsters rolled. It was a low rarity roll again. I've had nothing but low rarity rolls, so that's been actually pretty consistent. I don't think it matters. I watch you because I like your stream. I also watch, let's say, play. God, that's a drinks cam. At least I don't. I mean, I get that, you know, not everybody necessarily agrees with me. I personally don't really see the appeal of like virtual cams, you know. The fake cams, the avatars.
Go on.
Hello. Good luck.
Content is king. Yeah. That's true. That is true. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 74. Alright, well that's the 76 average. I guess I will hit this as well. Ugh, so bad.
Hello.
Ugh.
Good luck.
Let's see, that'll still be worth a little bit. Dude,
How can I help?
failed. I was only trying to go to 28. I swear. Alright, look at that. I'm letting 2 lock medallions rot in that temple. I let 1 lock medallion rot in the temple before that. And, probably about to have a bad run. Burnt peanut. I mean, I don't know who that is. Burnt peanut.
These stones obey old magics.
Rarity. Number of magic mobs. Again, low roll. Guess there's no way to have limb back. Yeah, you would have to. I mean, you could, but you would tear this down a little bit. Because you could go like armory, garrison. Actually, you can't even do that now because it would connect here. You have to go back this far. You'd have to do like armory, garrison, synth flesh, and then the. I forget the name of the room. The limb room. Any tips on how to sustain the start of the temple? Yeah, it's easy. Just build a path out to the open and put a bunch of overlapping paths and rooms here while you're just trying to start the outside. It'll dramatically lower the chance of getting an important room to stabilize. How have you not dropped a mirror yet? I haven't been boosting Jonathan's ego enough as of now. I gotta boost it a little harder. I tried. I've been trying. You should have heard what I was saying earlier. I was basically his freaking wingman a little earlier. Hit it! Oh my god, dude. All right. It might be like. Wait, is energy shield better here? Oh, actually, is worth a little bit. Whoa! Oh my god! Yay! Maybe make a little bit of my money back. goated and various. No, I mean I have 179 rarity. I would sacrifice a little bit to get more rarity, like as a corruption or something on my jewelry, but I don't think I'm gonna like change items. Given that I already have 179 player rarity. If I had like less than 100, then maybe. Can't be that bad. Wait, you mean Ventor's Gamble isn't better than that ring?
Devour what men love.
You guys think player rarity matters that much past like 180?
Need more mana.
Perhaps you will be a Confiatus.
It's all easy. Hoppala.
Challenge the test of the best.
Quick question if I don't mind? Yep. Alright. Sure, what's your question?
Devour men on
There's one lock medallion. I see people with no rarity dropping 80 div a temple. Yeah. Learning Omen of Light farm, which is kind of annoying. I read the blast of the opening abyss before minions even cast a shadow. It will still drop Omen of Light. I don't know anything about that, but I don't think there's any penalty for killing mobs too fast, if that's what you're getting at. If you're implying there's a penalty of some kind for killing monsters too fast, no.
perhaps you will be a Confiatus.
I'm unable.
No one bests me.
$5 mil Hammer of the Gods. I haven't even heard about that ability since 0.1. Damn, I didn't even drop that yet today. It took me 5 temples to drop Vertex. The hell?
You challenge the test of the
By the way, guys, I've been looking a little bit at PoE1 League start stuff, potentially, 3.28. Can anybody remind me, Poisonous Concoction still like S tier leveling skill, right? How many divs do I get on average per run? Fully upgraded temple with 8 map mods, random 8 map mods, like 75 to 85. On average. You guys know Visions of Paradise is selling for 2 div each now? Same with the Abyss one.
this medallion.
I need mana.
You challenge the test of the test.
Which rooms can drop locks? Well, obviously Spy Master's weighted towards it. Tier 3 Alchemy Lab and Smithy and Sacrificial Chamber can drop it randomly as well. I think my character's bugged. Running slow. I got that stupid movement bug. My movement speed is massively nerfed. Did I not care about Freesia? Yeah, I didn't care about it because it was too short, too soon to the next league, and then also PoE 2's current state is too good. The combination of those 3 things, I decided not to play it. I definitely don't regret it after hearing about what people experience starting Freesia. Like the unforeseen huge increase in the cost of the idols, which I guess was patched today to be more. You know, they patched Freesia today, and many of you guys might have heard, in a variety of ways that make it more amicable, including major dust discounts, enrage nerfs. I've encountered a bug when the temple closes itself only when, like, leaving party or somebody coming into my party or somebody joining my hideout or something, making a trade, that kind of thing. That's the only time. Yeah, I've sold both Abyss and Visions for 2 div each. I don't think they like fly off the shelf at that price, but like overnight they will sell. You know what I mean? Grand Project still sells for like 5C, so that's 20% of it to buy? Oh yeah, if you go into the architect room and like leave or something like that, you can leave one if you die. So you can leave if you enter the architect room, but if you die and then leave, it'll auto close. So if you spawn a fresh instance of the temple and then leave, it'll just auto close. I think that's right. Recently, I finally stopped randomly running into the architect room. Finally got good at the game.
Not yet. I feel no pain.
Almost missed that one.
I feel no pain. Do not spare.
Feels like I'm dropping a pretty good number here, especially for 16% rarity. Snoot, can I be your buddy? Insofar as you don't make it weird.
You have made a great mistake. Inferno.
Stop. All right. Gotta hit that one again. I guess. Wait, do I? Do I really, though? Wow. The Wrath Pith is still valuable. Six div unidentified? Really? I'm surprised to see that.
Fire this place.
No mana.
Plague.
Nice. Third lock. Yeah, I thought I was actually not going to get 3 locks in this one. But I still got 3. Amazing for cast on crit. Yeah, I guess. Don't most people use Palm of the Dreamer? Busy room. Spark does 2 million DPS. Wow. In cast on crit, mine only does 60,000. Mine hits really hard though. Really often. Or both. Oh god. What? Ooh. Dude, thank god I had like 60 headhunter buffs.
The mighty fall.
Give me fall to the earth. Time slip. Dude, I discovered this YouTube channel a few days ago. Pretty awesome channel. You guys might have heard of it. The Y-Files. I've been getting a kick out of that. Anybody ever heard of this channel? The Y-Files? Apparently, like, people love it, too. Just all about like a bunch of conspiracy debunking stuff. I got my temple destroyed by exploded alchemy lab and corruption chamber devices, even with proper locks. Yeah, that happens if you have effectively looped your temple a little bit. And then you run the devices on those, they'll... You know, if you run the device like this, it destabilizes the room. So if it's part of a small loop on the front, it will, like, destabilize, but it'll not interact properly with the code of other potential vulnerable rooms, and it might, like, crisscross destabilize your entire chain there after that initial small loop. This build you're playing looks super fun. I like the speed. I can attest it is super fun. And it has a speed. If you're in the need for speed, this build can do it for you. It's not build of the week material, though. Apparently. It's not build of the week material. I can't make a build good enough for build of the week, guys. Why would I want to be build of the week? I don't care if they nerf it. I'll come up with something else. The prestige, dude. About the prestige. Oh shit, I forgot to count those. Dang it. Can anybody do me a favor and clip that and see how many divine orbs there was?
I'll walk it.
0.1 gem stacker. You do realize that Tempest Flurry, like the build that Palsteron ran, and 0.3 was faster than that, and still is. Hollow Palm Tempest Flurry is faster than anything in 0.1 ever was. Like uncontrollably fast. $54. Wait, really? 54 is all? That's pretty bad. It's like really bad. It's so random, dude. God. What's your build called? Well, yeah, I was about to say, you can type that. Spark Twister Invoker. Spark Twister Battle Mage Invoker.
No matter the path, I'll walk it.
Oh. Actually got a big rarity roll with no magic mobs.
Not yet. You reek of stupidity. Square.
Twisted Spark. That's a cool name. Twisted Spark.
For good.
Nothing.
So, nobody answered my question earlier. Poisonous Concoction. Is it still a goated League start ability in PoE 1? What was that build called? Look at the description of the stream, Laker. Stream description video. Peaconk is awesome. Alright, so what ascendancies are best with Peaconk in the current state of the game? I know it used to be Pathfinder, but they got nerfed pretty hard. I'm not interested in Legacy of Frisia ascendancies. I mean the regular game. I'm talking like 3.28. Is Pathfinder still considered the best?
The vow hath many answers.
I'm unable.
I have tested cast on Crit Arc before. Already tested it. Seemed alright. I would probably put it somehow in what I'm doing if I don't think it's better than Spark outright though. But if it was still 50% more ailment threshold,
You challenge the death
then I probably would have had it in like a support link or something. The fast monk build. just look up Palsterons, Hollow Palm, Tempest Flurry Monk, 0.3.
You
I
challenge.
just type profile. Profile, not PoE Ninja.
Ancient, reveal your work.
51. $51. Yeah, you can see exclamation build, exclamation mobilytics, exclamation profile. Yeah, I've seen that build. It looks really good.
The vow have many unseen.
You have to spam it several times to get it to work. The Essence of Abyss. If it randomly selects a suffix while that omen is active, it will like bug out and not work. So you have to just spam it until it actually selects the prefix.
Perhaps you will practice that.
So hold shift or control or whatever it is and spam it. You have to do that every single time you reset. Handle the alt button. It's not gonna handle it well in this room here, but I can do it in rooms that aren't super juicy, like Alk Labs. Yeah.
I need mana.
Perhaps you will.
I need mana. Reveal your work.
Garkins? No, it's not really good with Twister, because... I mean, it depends on what kind of Twister build you have, but especially if you're doing like something with cast on crit, it's not, because you want consistency over like spotty damage. The crit cap is 50%. This is especially true if you're running Headhunter and you get doing something like Temple where you're gifted a ton of crit. To have your crit chance capped at 50% is absolutely terrible. For the sake of consistency, and this is even more true if you're running like Tangle Tongue, which you wouldn't run with Garrikin's Resolve, of course. But yeah, I got Garrikin's Resolve earlier, thinking automatically that it would be good, but no, it wasn't good. Can this build do no-hit Suchemis? Oh, yeah, I definitely can, since no-hit Suchemis is primarily Spark builds. And this is a Twister is considered one of the best no-hit skills for Chalice of Chemist, I've heard. I don't know that personally, but so a Twister cast on crit Spark build should be pretty good. I think it might have some problems though if you're playing it like with Salvo and Barrage. You probably want to just be able to always spam Twister. Might be a little different.
The vow have
I don't know
many
for sure. I've never done no-hit runs Wouldn't really be my cup of tea. Wait, you know, that actually reminds me. There's a content creator that used to be prominent with no-hit runs in Sanctum League and Pee Wee 1. I don't have Flame Wall in here. That's a Headhunter buff only. Trying to see if I can find. Haha. This is weird, I can't remember. He's a pretty big name streamer that I haven't heard of since way back in the day. Oh yeah, he was also in, maybe the name will come to me. Sentinel League? Got reminded of another streamer I forgot about. Whatever happened to Jawar? Oh, anybody remember Jawar? His last video was 2 years ago. It's 22,000 views. Remember that guy was trying to craft some axe in Sentinel League. Can't remember. Alright, so is Pathfinder the best poisonous concoction sentencing in PoE 1 right now? Even after it was nerfed several leagues ago? Is it still the best? What the hell? 3 precursors. 3 unique precursors off one mob. It's the first time I'd seen that before. Oh dude, we got red alert here. I've just gone through the entire Spymaster wing without a single lock medallion. Not good. Not good. Macquarie key. Yeah, I looked for a way of deleting it, but there was no way, and I just kind of got to a point where I'm ignoring the color purple now.
Ancient power.
Why am I playing Japan server?
Soy.
Because I'm living in Japan. You didn't know that?
I can.
Oh. Yes. I got a nice internet connection here. You want to see? Check out my MS. First time watching? Well, welcome aboard. Thanks for tuning in. This stream is brought to you by Unlimited Divine Orbs and no Mirrors of Calandra. Just ran a whole temple without a lock? Well, that pretty much spells Jonathan having hit the nerf button again. Must hit the nerf lock button. Again. This guy. I glazed him hard enough earlier, you would think he wouldn't do that. Or he would at least wait until... He would at least wait on issuing the server-wide lock drop rate nerf until I was done streaming for the day. But it didn't work hard to get in Japan. Not really. Not if you settle for... Not if you're a white guy who's teaching English as a second language. It's very easy to get a job. If you mean like a real job, then yeah. But I never sought a real job here. While in Japan. I'm in Tokyo now.
Ancient power.
I'm full-time streamer. Full-time content creator. Either like making videos or guides or streaming. Between all three of those. And, you know, all the time behind the scenes working on that, editing stuff, and theory crafting and researching for guides and things like that. Yeah, definitely putting in full-time hours. For sure.
You have made a grave mistake.
Not done with that yet. I gotta get more lock medallions. Looks like next temple, after next temple, I might lose my golem works.
Itza ibik Opala.
Used to be a Diablo fan for 20 years, then I met PoE and divorced Blizzard. I mean, that's about exactly what happened to me.
Itza ibik Opala.
I must go attempt to find balance.
Akoyan spear is good for the build. I mean, that's a decent spear base. Probably second best, but not if you want the best base. No.
I carry few possessions.
Not good enough.
Reveal your worth.
Gotta get that local projectile speed roll.
Fire this blade.
Xantippe again.
I need money.
You guys know if there's any beasts that can be tamed in the temple? Missed it last time. What times did I slot the new? Oh, I don't know. Towards the end of the stream. It took almost all the stream to craft that spear. I think I ran like 3 or 4 temples after. Oh, this? It's Black Cold and gain is extra. Random. Kind of went all in on Black Cold. Last chance to get a lock medallion right here. Do it. Do it. Oh, dude, I got that instead.
You reek of stupidity. Suffocation. You have made a great mistake.
Is that good or better? Referring to what? The spear?
You have made a grave mistake.
Well, those of you guys who got to deal with lock medallion RNG, you can see it right here. The past 2 temples I dropped like 4 and 5 respectively, and then this temple I dropped 0. I went from dropping 4 or 5 locks per temple to 0. And that's so annoying when that happens, because that
You reek of stupidity.
very quickly spiral to not even having enough. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say. Really, the results are just so crazy random. Either way. That's pretty annoying. I had like a major anomaly in the first one. I had no item, I had no area rarity and no increased magic monsters. I had a ton of pack size. I only dropped 49 divine orbs, which is like 8 fewer divine orbs than I've ever dropped in a single temple, which is weird. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 83. That was decent area rarity, like 60 something. With no increased number of magic mobs. But that is also the first temple that actually had a good area rarity roll. So the test isn't really clean in that sense, unfortunately.
I speak.
It's not as controlled as I would like. Alright, let's go 28. 28. Yo. I gotta hit them both. Holy, alright. Next up. Make it giga. 25, 20. Oof. Yeah, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Bro, that's so bad. Why can't I get a third socket, dude? Just give me a third socket, that's all I want. $2,000.
Hello.
Wait, I could still, I could still hit. I can save it. I can save it. No. Ah, I can't even run it. I gotta do this garbage. I did get another ring yesterday. This one right here. Light radius duped. Figured I might as well since I don't need the rarity on it. Ah. And we can go for another Hinakor lock.
I have a buyer.
Hopeless. This is so hopeless. Guys, I'm gonna try to lock this amulet again. Got like no chance. Never hits what I want.
All right.
Expensive
Your
now.
order is registered.
One Valorb. Rule them all. Bricked. Forced Valorb. 10 strength. What is going on? It's never, dude, it always hits garbage. Absolute garbage. It always hits garbage. So many attributes. +4? Oh my god, the rarity's good. The rarity's actually good. I won. Overclocked rarity implicit. Oh my god, look what happened to the defenses though. That's fine. I +3 rarity though. I +3 rarity. A +1 skill and 3 rarity. That's crazy, dude. No, that's not even minus. That's 3 rarity above cap. Actually overclocked rarity completely. Underclocked max energy shield, which is fine. Guys, we finally hit it. Oh yeah, I got extra elemental res too, not that anybody cares. Look at that. Look at that. Huh. Oh man. Oh man. The funny thing is the energy shield roll still looks fine because it's defense mod, but it's like I can't believe how bad it rolls. Oh, that's crazy. Get the +4. I now have level 38 spark. It took me forever to hit that. Oh my god. That gives me 82%. %. 38 spark. Damn, that's getting up there. .05. What's 0.05? We just throwing random numbers out like that. Don't one guy me. Come on. 0.05. What is 0.05 exactly? It's like a 10% chance to hit +4. I've hit it 3 times now in like 15 locks. Actually lucky how many times I've hit it. Oh yeah, rarity. 82? Wait, how do I still have only 179? What? Oh, I lost rarity. Oh, okay. I see. My bad. I somehow misread it. I thought I had 19 rarity. Okay, whatever. So, actually, this is technically worse than +1 all skill. Because I lost energy shield. That's fine, though. Whatever. Okay. I don't know how I never hit +1 all. +1 all is actually better, too. Because it will affect Trinity and things like that. Anyway, I'm fine with that. My nightmare is over. Now I gotta try to recraft this ring. Get rarity corruption. I could even try to double corrupt that. Twice corrupt it. Yeah. What spear we running? This guy right here. Yeah, get your mirrors ready if you want this mirrored. I'm gonna AFK a second. I'm in the middle of laundry. Pull laundry out. Wow. Feels good to have this done, dude. Yeah. I definitely got unlucky with it, though. To have to lock it like 16 or 17 times to finally hit either a good Sanctify or Corrupt. I'm starting to wear a tinfoil hat thinking maybe Rarity Corruption and plus 1 all are actually lower weighted than like the attribute rolls. I don't know, though. Ooh.
Oh, it's you.
Yes.
Alright, let's get a few maps. You guys haven't even seen me run crystals in a while. That's exciting. You think plus 1 all is over? But well, if you go to PoEDB, they all have a weighting of 0, like as if they're all the same. How many Omens of Light? Omen of Light? I didn't need to use Omens of Light. To hit the Desecrated mod on the spear, I was using... That was the first prefix I was going for, so I was using the perfect essence, Abyss essence. It took, like... I had to desecrate the spear, I think, almost 500 times. It was almost 500 times, I think. 400 to 500. So even with the... Even with Merciless being as hard-weighted as it is, I still got unlucky. At least some of you were saying it was... I didn't do the math, but... Every desecration you see 6 modifiers. It has a 50% chance of being desecrated mod, so you essentially see on average 3 true modifiers per look, and you know, that's 400. Let's say 400, so 1,200 rolls. Of eye level 40 plus. 1,200 rolls of eye level 40 plus. Probably supposed to see Merciless within that time. A few times. I saw several other things like that were almost as rare. More times than warranted. It's funny, like, I'm now losing 8 levels to Spark. But the content out here is just so freaking easy that everything dies faster. Yeah, you, just go look at the VOD from yesterday. Just go look at the stream VOD. At least half of it is me spam desecrating that sphere. You can see how I'm doing it. You use the prefix only crystallization omen. You use a freaking ton of those because I used you know, like 1,000 of them or something. And they are kind of expensive, but they're way cheaper than Omens of Light, of course. Way cheaper. What? You were here? Really? Oh, you're one of them what we call listeners. The background. The background noise. That reminds me, I kind of want to... I want to pull up Jazzer's video. I haven't listened to this. We're going to listen to something Jazzers put in. Why nerfs are necessary and buffing everything is a trap. This sounds like... I mean, this sounds like a video I should make. But he beat me to it. Kudos to him. Let's see what he has to say.
Powerful thing, just buff everything else. Maybe you have even said it yourself. I know that I have in certain contexts, but today I want to talk about how after further analysis this doesn't hold up and it is a wrong choice, and buffing everything all the time is not the correct approach. And of course we are going to, I think this holds across all games, but obviously we are going to talk about it in the context of Path of Exile, which is...
Just to set the record straight, you guys all agree, right? Never nerfing and only buffing things is a bad idea, right? And we're all on the same page, yeah? I don't have any of those people in my chat, do I? Okay.
Is the game we focus on, right? Let's say this is the average power level of the game, right? In here you have the vast majority of builds that are just average for the content.
Watching the video, the guy said he only wanted... Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't even connect the dots. You're right. Like that's absolutely right. Like I just, the last video I watched on here on stream like that was that video of that guy who was complaining for like 20 minutes about how GGG just nerfs things and doesn't buff everything else, and how that's like as if it's like literally always the wrong idea or something.
Content. Then you have builds that overperform, and then you have builds that underperform. When people say this build is fun and this build is cool, the overperformer, and I don't want it to get nerfed because for some reason people don't like getting nerfed. They don't want their cool toys being taken away. They like the build, the aesthetic, the build is cool, the build is fun. It is fun destroying the game easily. And they say don't nerf me, it feels badly, just buff everything else. So you take this over here and you bring it up. Now the baseline of the game will be this. What do you think it will happen? That we will remain there and this is done and we are happy and everything is fine? No, that is not what is going to happen. This now becomes this, but at a higher numbers, and in here another meta will develop. Players are always looking for the best thing, looking for the meta.
Rule. Just moving the meta upwards. Yeah, there's just people who think that if you just buff everything is like fantasy, living in fantasy world. Like, oh, X build is the meta because it's so much stronger than everything else. If you just don't nerf that build, just buff everything else. Like, it wouldn't change the whole meta dynamic at all. If you nerf something, if you nerf the meta build hard enough, it will change the meta. But if you like buff literally everything else hard enough, that will also change the meta. But then you're gonna run into some other major problems if you do that.
Meta, and over here you will again have, it will happen again, they will emerge overperformers, average, and underperformers. And if you keep doing the same, don't nerf me because I hate getting nerfed, just buff everything else, then the baseline of the game comes here. Then you do it again because another meta will develop and you buff everything again, and then the meta of the game will come here. And then you do it again, and you can see where I am getting with this. At one point you will be all the way over here, right? That is a crooked line. At that point you will be all the way over here. So this is the power level of the player, but the game itself has a power level. The monsters, the bosses, the game itself, right?
Lionheart said the problem they have is GGG tends to destroy something rather than nerf it once, then next league and decide to nerf it again. That's because they've, well, I mean, think about it. GGG has already gone through and been... GGG has already experienced the process of nerfing something a bit, and then people still play the same build again. And then they nerf it again, and they still play the same build again. Think about, like, Detonate Dead or Tornado Shot for the longest time. You know, it almost feels like it doesn't matter how many times they nerf it, people still play it. And it's not because it's necessarily still the strongest build, it's because people just tend to gravitate towards that which they know already. And if you want people to change, like actually change what build they're playing, you have to, you know, give them the reinforcement strong enough so that they're like, okay, I'm not going to play this build again. That's just too much. I can't, like, justify not exploring other options now. Now I feel like, okay, you forced my hand, truly. I have to, like, try a different build. Like, I have to explore something else. People resist change, you know. They want to play what's familiar with them. Myself especially. Like, I play Twister like crazy, you know. There's probably other builds out there that are really good that I don't even really explore, so... It's not like I'm better than that, but I really like the build, and they would have to destroy this skill in order for me to like not play it again. If they nerf it a little bit, I'm still gonna play it. That's how much I like it. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't be whining and crying about it if they destroy it either. I'll just be like, okay, well. That's that. I guess we're doing something different. You know, that's the sort of mentality I would have.
So you started over here. So if you have the power level of the game over here and you keep buffing the player, the power level of the game is over here. You are destroying the game. Everyone is destroying the game. So what will have to happen is that the developer will also have to buff the game to try to keep up with it. So maybe when you are over here, the game is over here, and when you are over here, the game is over here. They are trying to keep up. This is too much work. First of all, there are other consequences from this, but the very first consequence is this is too much work to keep up with. Like, number-wise, this is too much work. Also, the numbers are getting out of hand, because if over here you have a 100 damage, over here you have a 1 million damage. I am just throwing numbers, but so you see the scale of the thing, right? Over here you have a 1 million damage, and same happens with the game itself. So having...
Why did I corrupt that? The Abyss Essence is literally worth like 3 divines or something.
To manage these numbers gets out of hand quickly, but this also has another non-intended consequence. And since the numbers are getting out of hand, attack speeds are reaching crazy levels, movement speeds are reaching crazy levels, the gameplay of the game itself will change. People don't even reach that level of foresight into the future if you keep just buffing everything, but it will come a moment where the gameplay of the game will completely shift away into something too fast, too powerful, too one-shotty, because the enemies will have to have massive hits to try to kill you. You will have to try to have a lot of damage to destroy the...
What's that? It's Jazzerus. Jazzerus' latest video. You can go look him up if you want. I'll link it later when we're done with it.
Massive health pools that the monsters will have, and the whole gameplay of the game change, at which point you are no longer playing the same game. And we have seen this happen before. Diablo 3 did this, and to some degree in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, it necessarily didn't happen because of just buffing things, but because of another thing called power creep. And power creep happens naturally in any game that lasts for a long amount of time. So if you compound power creep that will 100% happen in Path of Exile 2, the more patches come out, it has already happened. If you have been playing Path of Exile 2 since...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, people were deleting bosses, even in 0.1, but that was kind of like, you know, crazy Wild Wild West stuff. I definitely feel like the build I'm playing right now is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I certainly feel like the build I'm playing now is more powerful than the build I played in 0.1.
0.1, you have already noticed power creep, so it will happen naturally, and if you compound it with buffing stuff, the game will get out of hand. It will go crazy. So to mitigate, even to try to mitigate the consequences of power creep, you have to nerf stuff. So instead of keep increasing the bar, you try as much as you can, because there will always be a meta, as I am saying. There will always be overperformers, there will always be underperforming, but you try as hard as you can to keep it in that same lane relative to the power of the game, which already is out of whack, because in my opinion the game is like, right now in Path of Exile 2 we are way stronger than the game itself if you compare it to 0.1. Difficulty 4 for bosses is gone. Players are destroying the game completely, and you sometimes get one shot out of nowhere by some bullshit, but normally people are completely destroying the game, killing over bosses in 1 second. Like, things are out of control already. So I don't think that just buffing everything is the correct choice. There are things that need buffs. There are things that I am not saying, I don't want you to hear, oh, he doesn't want anything to get buffed. No. What I am saying is, nerfs are necessary sometimes. There are people that say, don't nerf shit.
You know how, like, worried he is that everybody's gonna dogpile him for suggesting that nerfs are okay sometimes?
Just keep buffing everything. That is not the correct approach. The correct approach is doing the two things: underperforming, buff; overperforming, nerf. And you keep doing the cycle. This also is not only healthy for the numbers and the gameplay of the game, but it is also healthy for meta games season to season. Because what happens in this environment is, this season, let's say that the Spark is very powerful, and I don't know, Rolling Slam sucks. What you do is, you buff Rolling Slam and you nerf Spark, and next season Spark will on the
Nerf Spark. Boo. Boo. Just kidding.
Perform or will be average, and then Rolling Slam that was underperforming will be average or will overperform. So season to season you are cycling the meta and keeping the meta game healthy, so that it is not always the same spells, the same skills being powerful, but shifting things up. A lot of games, character-based games, do this. For example, League of Legends, Street Fighter, I don't know. If this season Caitlyn is overperforming, they nerf her, and next season she sucks, but another ADC takes the place, and then you rotate the meta game so that people are experiencing different environments. That happens when you nerf and both underperforming and overperforming builds. Then when you get to 1 million, no, these numbers are too crazy, let's do a stat squish. And like, this has so many fucking variables.
Expedition League.
That it is just not sustainable, guys. What I am...
Man, WTF, is this build bugged or what? Nah, dude, I just got another level of Spark. I unlocked the third form by getting one more level of Spark. It's like True Bankai that you see right here. This is not a bugged build. This is a truly ethical build. actually.
I'm trying to tell you here is that just buffing shit is not sustainable. And you will say, no, just do it once. And then you go up, but why not try to keep it balanced from the get-go? Why do it once? Like you shouldn't have to do it even once. You buff the underperforming, you nerf the overperforming. Easy, simple. And you try to keep the baseline where it is, because if you move the baseline, the whole balance of the game goes out of whack. Because we have to think that the balance was thought to be there. So when one of the variables goes out, the whole fucking system collapses, right? You have to try to keep the whole system in check. And Path of Exile is a complex game where there are many variables, many things interacting with each other, and when one of them goes...
Have I tried negative rarity? Nope. Not really interested in that.
Perhaps you will. You have to
Rather drop a raw mirror if it's possible. Too much inventory management to do
out
that.
of what the butterfly effect will be insane. I still want the warrior buff, I still want life buff, I still want armor buff, but I also want energy shield nerf, I also want chaos inoculation nerf, you know, things like that. I know that we also have to be careful, because when you buff too hard and you nerf too hard, you create another toxic environment, but at least it revolves around the same power baseline, right? Even if you create, let's say that energy shield now is unhealthy because of how powerful it is with chaos inoculation, let's say that. And if I shift too hard with the triple nerf and the triple buff, then I create another unhealthy environment, but now for life. But at least in that case, and that is if you go overboard with the balance, because you could nail it. But let's say that you go overboard, at least it still revolves around the same baseline, instead of just projecting a new power scaling, you know. So far I am mostly happy with the approach that GG takes towards this, because they are not afraid to nerf shit. They are more cautious with buffs, precisely because of that, because they know that once you have some power, it feels bad for the player getting the power taken away. So they are careful with buffs, because then they will have to nerf, and they don't want to have to nerf. But at the same time, they are nerfing stuff which I am happy with, because I consider that is the best approach. Doing the both things at the same time, nerfing and buffing, trying to keep the balance in check. You will never get it perfect. Much over in a game, moreover in a game like Path of Exile with so many variables, balance will never be perfect. And on top of that, you don't want a perfect balance, because that is boring. But I think they are doing...
Surprised he's not referencing the the original drama behind all this, which was the Comet nerf in 0.1. This is the one that started this whole debate.
a good enough job at this. Power creep is already showing its face. The game, in my opinion, is much easier now than it was in 0.1.
People were... I still remember, like, people were saying constantly back when GGG nerfed Comet, Cast on Crit Comet, which was crazy powerful at the time for the budget that, I mean, it was like a dirt cheap budget and was like stupid powerful. And people were like, why did you nerf Comet? Why wouldn't you just buff everything else? It's like literally like unintended consequence of, you know, a failure to balance. The Cast on Crit, you know, gem basically procced way too often. It still does, honestly, but it was wild back then. We're talking like absolute dog shit currency value gear was just spamming comments or comments everywhere. Who's the guy in the video? It's Jazzrus. Jazzrus makes a lot of PoE2 videos. I'll link it here in a minute. We're almost done with the video.
And to be honest with you, I do hope they address this. Let's see what happens in 0.5 with the endgame rework. Maybe they introduce more using, more difficulties, more ways of testing your character in the endgame, and that way you reintroduce difficulty and reduce power creep in the process. But this whole video is just trying to explain why I think the philosophy some players have of just buff underperforming. I don't think that is the correct approach. I think that, and this applies to games in general, not only for Path of Exile, nerfs are necessary. Nerfs are necessary to keep the game in check. And this is just me defending the nerfing philosophy, let's say it that way. What do you guys think? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I a clown? Am I a genius? Let me know everything in the comments below. I love reading comments even when they don't agree with me. Also remember to like the video, to subscribe to the channel, all that cool stuff. Guys, thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. God bless you. And remember, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride.
He's got this crazy outro. He always did. My crit chance is 100% with headhunter buffs and cat. Here, let me shout him out. So this is the video we just watched. I linked it in Twitch. I like Jazarus. He's not like he's like the opposite of like Min-Maxer type. He's just kind of a genuine cool guy, fairly you know, like relatively casual, I guess, in terms of playing. He spends most of his time reacting to other content creators, funny enough. But I do appreciate his takes, and he's very active in the community. There we go, on YouTube. An important member of the community, for sure. That was actually his own video, not reaction. Like 90% of his content is, you know, react or streaming. I think he's venturing out a little bit, make his own content. He probably made that video because, like, he was... I bet you he made it because he was sick of hearing people in his own chat constantly talking about, like, nerfs and buffs and them saying you gotta buff everything, and maybe he didn't feel that way. Alright, well, we got 3 lock medallions on this run, so we still got one more grab, so that's good. I guess he didn't say anything too revolutionary in that video, but I just kind of wanted to see what he would say, because I would have thought, if anything, he might have been the kind of person who would steer towards the idea of just buff everything, don't nerf stuff. I was a little bit surprised to see him come out with that video. Because again, he's still kind of new to the game. A little bit. And I don't think he plays it at a high level, particularly. He might be like... He might even be like SSF. I think he might be like SSF player. Boom. Actually, I'm a little curious from you guys. What do you guys think about the whole like little reaction thing while playing? I've thought about making that a kind of a core content. I've never seen any other streamer do that, with just like playing the game while also reacting to videos. It requires a little extra focus, but I notice my viewership always increases when I do that. It's one of those things where, like, I don't want to be a React Andy, really, but I guess it does create more interactiveness. Mirror Win. I don't know. Let's ask Jonathan. Yeah, I definitely... I mean, my chat gets more interactive for sure when those videos go down, because you guys are listening to it. I still kind of have mixed feelings about reaction content in general. My div count. I don't know. Let's find out. 17,800. Wow, I didn't even realize I hit 17,000. Damn, we almost got 18,000, guys. 18,000 divines. Dropped your first mirror today. Temple's not that good. Just pushing level 100 on SSF. I enjoy you React Live, but I don't like React YouTube videos. Oh, okay. Actually, that doesn't really make a whole lot of... I can't really identify the discrepancy in that. I mean, the cool thing about what I'm doing is I'm still actually playing the game while reacting to it, and that's not, you know, I don't even know other content creators that are doing that. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Have you guys even ever seen it before, where a content creator is legitimately reacting to a YouTube video while also playing the game, like full throttle still? Obviously I have to like pause the game a little bit here and there if I give a serious take or something, but I was thinking that it might actually be like a legit, you know, unlock a new mode that people would gravitate towards. Could be like the next best thing. Yeah, it is kind of big brain, maybe, I don't know. Depends on if people like it or not. Originally, I put that down there to like listen to music or something. But then it was like I could do reaction content on there too. The zone mode. Right, but, well, I mean, I would also potentially, if I wasn't streaming, just playing the game might not be invigorating enough to me, so I might be watching a stream, or I might be watching YouTube in the background, hearing a take while I'm playing, and that's something you guys do, right? I mean, effectively what you're doing when you're watching a stream. But if I'm streaming and then playing, then I'm doing two things at once there. But if I'm streaming, playing, and... So if I'm streaming the game, if I'm playing the game, streaming, which means I'm interacting with chat, while also listening and reacting to a YouTube video, I'm actually doing three things at once there, and... I don't know to what extent I could do that long term, but maybe I could pull it off. I don't think every streamer could pull that off, honestly. So it could be a cool idea. And in a world where people want more and more and more and more, you know, inputs at once to hold their attention, the TikTok brain rot, so to speak. Which, yes, I'm calling all of us out, myself included, when I say that. Maybe it's a good idea, because it just bombards you with, like, a sensory overload. You're watching a streamer play the game, you're listening to a streamer reply and react, and you're also listening to another content creator's take, all at the same time, while you yourself might be playing the game. So, it's like a 4-in-1 package. That'll be my ticket to attracting the young kids. That's how I'm gonna win the young kids in the game. Sensory overload. Grandpa's gonna give you sensory overload. You won't be able to resist. I'm about to just take off. Am I done with Freesia? I never started Freesia. I decided not to play it. I mean, here, let's see if there's another video. I'll look for another video. Probably do PoE 2 content, though. Just imagine, in the end, I'll have a whole Discord and Reddit of people suggesting reacts. I'll basically be Asmongold except better because I'll actually be playing the games instead of not just playing the games. Imagine that. Imagine Asmongold still playing games. Path of Exile 2. You entered the boomer stage. Are there any good videos right now? Current state of Path. Oh, that's. Sammy Cap. Anybody familiar with this Sammy Caps guy? He's got like crazy high production value. Or like his camera, or not necessarily high production. His camera is like super high end. Noob Gold. No, Snooman Gold. Or something. What? What? Oh, a talkative try video. Of course. Yes, we can do that again. Path of Exile has... PoE 2 has an insane punishment problem. I listened to this in the background, but I wasn't paying much attention to it when I did. Could listen to it for real. I mean, that sounds like an interesting video to listen to. Try it. Try it out. I suppose I'll link the video first. And then at the end. Totally disagree. What? Talkative tries base takes every time. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright, hold on. I'm getting it ready. I gotta get better at this. Alright, this is the video. I gotta link it in all the spots. Yeah. Right there. We need sound. We need sound!
Every serious game needs consequences for failure. If there's no punishment, victory tastes like unrolled white maps, technically functional, emotionally empty, and filled with zero tinks or challenge. But Path of Exile 2? PoE 2 doesn't just punish you for dying. It finds you. It confiscates your loot. It burns your Atlas node down and asks if you've learned anything. Then, it steals your girl. And because most of the time you never clearly know why.
The first thoughts of punishing death has never been less punishing than it is this league. You die in a temple, it doesn't matter. You can level to 100 easier than ever, but like losing XP matters way less than ever before. I admit this is all because of the crazy strength of the temple, to be fair, but that's like my first gut reaction right now in the current state of the game. Like,
why you died, that punishment hits even harder, which is why so many PoE 2 players crash out and quit the game. Some for a minute, some for a day, some for a week, and more than a few, forever. Usually right after whispering, "What killed me?" to an empty Discord call. Hi, Exiles. Welcome to another episode of PoE 2 Quit Moments, a series where I lay out problems I've personally experienced, propose solutions, and ask you and Grinding Gear Games to do the same. This isn't whining. This isn't dooming. This isn't me standing outside GGG headquarters.
always a terrible sign when you gotta open a video saying, "I'm not whining, guys." 4th lock medallion in the temple. We're back. We're so back.
holding a sign that says, "I want the game to be easier and contain 0 punishments." It's constructive feedback and an attempt to foster discussion about a game many of us genuinely enjoy and want to see get better. If you appreciate that kind of discussion, thank you. Dropping a like, sharing your take in the comments, or subscribing genuinely helps keep this channel alive longer than a melee character standing in a Shade Walker puddle. So let's dive into today's PoE 2 quit moment. Overwhelming punishments or death. We're going to be exhaustive here before presenting solutions, and no, not all of those solutions will be remove death penalties. That would be too easy, and also not very Path of Exile. First, what happens when you...
Who here in the chat thinks that death penalties should be completely removed? Like, basically you just respawn at a checkpoint and that's your only punishment. Whether a map or anything.
You die during the campaign or in interlude acts. It's fairly straightforward. All monsters respawn in the zone. You lose any loot that was on the ground. You fight your way back through the zone.
I, for one, if I die, I want to get sent to the Nether Realm and have to spend the next 12 hours trying to fight my way back to the land of the living. Just kidding.
From the last checkpoint, and if you died on a boss, congratulations. You get to fight them again from 100% health. Annoying sometimes, but understandable. Yeah, it's classic ARPG stuff. Now,
What? The double smithy lock medallion? I am like all the way back. Actually, no, I'm not all the way back. I'm missing 1 still. I need 1 to be all the way back. That's crazy though. 5 lock medallions.
let's talk about the Mammoth.
From 0 to
die
5.
in Path of Exile 2's endgame, specifically while running a Waystone, here's what happens. You lose 10% of your progress to your next level. If you die while fighting a boss, you respawn at the boss room entrance, and everything else in the map despawns and is lost. Your loot doesn't go to standard, it all went to Atziri's considerable assets. On Waystones with fewer than 6 modifiers, you get multiple attempts outlined on screen right now, and on Waystones with 6 or more modifiers, you get 1 life. You die, you're done. And if you completely fail a Waystone, you lose the ability to use tablets on that Atlas node, you lose any special content that appeared there.
Dude, imagine that the only change to Temple is that if you die, you get kicked out immediately, and you can't go back in. Imagine that's the only change to Temple in 0.5. Yo, people... the community would be so mad. They'd be like so mad on every level.
And you lose the chance for random content to spawn on retries. And if that node was a Citadel, it's gone. Vanished. Reduced to a little bit of fluff text and extreme emotional damage. Same deal for Corrupted Nexuses.
Yeah, I think losing a Citadel is the most punishing, probably the most punishing death in the game, is losing a Citadel. Now that you can do bosses forever. Actually, no, that's not true. Doing a tier 3 simulacrum and losing it on like wave 15 is like super giga annoying. That's actually even more annoying now that I think about it. Yeah, there are a few things that really sting.
And anomaly boss maps. Any one of these punishments might serve as a quit moment, but not for the reason you...
That would help in balancing it? Yeah, true. It would cull the real ones from the fake ones, if you know what I'm saying. So in order to reap all the rewards the temple has to offer, you actually have to be good at the game.
You might suspect. Here's where I get sneaky. I've listed a lot of punishments, but you may have noticed I haven't actually said these are bad or should be removed from Path of Exile 2, because honestly,
Losing Last Flame is more punishing. I mean, yes, that's absolutely true, but that's technically a different category. You're not talking about death, you're talking about getting hit or resolve. So that's a very specialized mechanic. You're not wrong if you include that in.
I'm fine with them, with basically all of them, and I think many of you would be too. Wait, don't leave. Hear me out. The real problem isn't the punishment. The problem is dying, not knowing why, and that being the source of severe frustration for players new and old. That is the real quit moment in my eyes. Consequence without explanation or clarity. Path of Exile 2 is incredibly complex. Sometimes you don't die because you played poorly or you're not.
Losing all limbs sucks. Come on, dude. That's one of the least punishing issues of death in the game. Like, it's not that much power. And that's by design. GGG loves these sort of soft core, hardcore things. I think the whole limb system is quite fine. It is frustrating if somebody likes to min-max and go like soft core and all, but it's, you know. If you don't know what it looks like to mirror a weapon, then check this out in the stream right now. This guy's giving me a mirror. You only do this on a trustworthy source. You can actually do it from inside the inventory. Right click, left click. It's empty socketed, mirrored. It cannot be. They can't change anything about it except put the sockets in. I'm not charging any fee for this. So, done. In case you're somebody who's watching who's never seen an item get mirrored before, that's what that looks like. Now, if it's not a highly trustworthy source, it's a little different. Like, might be doing like collateral or something, but this is why streamers, it actually does make sense for streamers to be the ones who make mirror tier items, because they're uniquely trustworthy. Unless your name's Allie, of course. Oh, I'm just kidding. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 65. Only 65? Wow, that's crazy. Tailwind boots. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Not the tailwind boot. I forgot that's what it was for. The tailwind boot. Come on, dude. Nah, she just went like, I'm untouchable power tripping ego streamer. You can't. I'm just not even touchable anymore. I can do anything I want. And not face consequences. Most streamers who craft accept community donations. Yeah, I'm not actually that familiar with it because I haven't done that before, but I mean, it was honestly super easy to do that with donation. So.
Let's see if there are any takers.
I don't mind. Maybe we'll make it a regular thing. I think it makes people happy overall. I do like maintaining my integrity that, my progress is my own, but I don't know. I mean, at a certain point in the league, I guess it doesn't matter that much. First time, been enough to make me a casual Andy. First time I tuned into FUB, saw him get gifted like 5 mirrors in 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, my first awakening to this whole like community-wide mirror crafting donation thing was Ghazi. I discovered that because Ghazi at the time when I started playing the game, he was like one of the most prolific mirror crafters in the game. Most noteworthy ones, just for minion stuff, of course, but you got to see like so much currency flowing in and out of him. I was like, there's no way he's doing that like on his own. Then your eyes get open, you're like, oh, people are just giving him currency. Is that fair? Like, start thinking like, is that right or something? And then you learn, and then later you learn about like mirrored items for profit where people do it in the shadows and then they charge a huge fee, and then you're like, oh, these community effort things with the streamers are free fee, and then it starts to like reshape how you think about it again, and it's like, yeah, all kind of weird, it's like a weird mishmash, that whole economy of mirrored items.
Knowledge check landed on a natural 1. You die because Waystone modifiers interact or stack in a way you didn't expect. A specific monster attack was far more powerful than you anticipated. A critical hit annihilated you. You lagged or crashed. You looked away for a moment to...
Yeah. But then, like, also, sometimes people will still give me like a further donation, even though the item's done, and it's like, well, that's just free currency for me, I guess.
lock eyes with your wife, or because grinding your games decided it was simply your time. And when that happens, punishment without clarity doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel fair. It feels angering, infuriating, and massively frustrating. It causes players to quit. So here's my main pitch. Give us a death recap. That's it. It sounds simple enough, but Grinding Your Games has expressed this is too difficult, that getting 90% of the way there is possible, but achieving the final 10% would be tricky. I'd argue this being implemented in one of the forms I will propose in a moment would be as big a quality of life addition to PoE 2 as the addition of Ace.
Last I remember, GGG's response to why they don't do a death recap is because it doesn't paint the whole picture, and people will look at the one thing that knocks you off, you know, into the the death realm, and it won't actually be what really killed you, because people have a tendency to think, oh, I got one shot there, but actually, you know, you died from, you got hit by like 6 things in 1.5 seconds, and the very last thing that hit you was a very small component of you dying. And I think they just don't have faith that the players will help be able to dissect that, and it'll create more problems than it solves or something. I'm reading into it a little more maybe than, but I know the devs have talked about this. It's a really contentious topic though in general. I know the player base at large, the idea of it is very popular, that you have a death recap. I can't think of any major reasons why death recap would be a bad idea. Other than it being, yeah, it causing extra resources and that being like a major problem, though, I don't know.
Asynchronous trade or sprint. Just tell us or show us how we die. And I promise a huge chunk of this frustration the player base experiences.
Yeah, like, I know that World of Warcraft had a death recap, and it was really good. I mean, I liked it a lot. It was super useful, and I got to see, like, the last 50 actions that took place, including like the last 5 hits that I took, and I'm able to like reverse engineer it in my head about and replay what I remember happening in my head, and usually I walk away from that moment after reading the death recap fairly enlightened in a good way, like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, basically because of this happened that way, here's where I really messed up. I should have actually backed out I should have backed out after taking 2 hits, not, you know, 4, being 1 hit away, and then it kind of reshaped how I, you know, start approaching the game a little more. If it can.
Disappears overnight. There are a couple of ways to do this. Yes, I'm simplifying, and yes, they're probably very hard to implement for Grinding Your Games, but I'm still throwing them out there as I think this is incredibly important and something that GGG is just...
What build is this? It's my own Twister build. Cast on crit, Spark Twister, Battle Mage Invoker. Ooh, yeah. Cool build. You are on YouTube. You can check the description of the stream to see the build guide there. Mobalytics link. Check it out. Low, mid, high investments, leveling sections, all that. Highly recommend. It's a blast.
Missing out on. The best but hardest solution would be a damage breakdown covering the last 4 seconds before death, recently before death. Show us which monsters hit us, which abilities they used, what types of damage were dealt.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might have a winner here. The Covenant. Dang it, the life cost efficiency roll is not very good. Max life. This is probably not even making my money back from the Val Corruption thing, but I don't know, maybe. It's a little much. What? Give it back. 3-socketed. Life per second. 1. And spell damage leeches life. Go! Or I could be dramatically underestimating how good this is. Whoa! Is it because of the extra socket? No, not really. Well, it's not the regen, is it? Yeah, the percent yes is a little better. Anytime you roll off the life cost, it's giga. Yeah, it looks like probably life is worth more than ES here, but I don't know for sure. It's 250 div. Impressive. Maybe even more. No, yeah, that's probably about right. 250 div. You know, I bet's crazy. What if this hits like super high? Oh my god, dude. Look at that. Look at that, dude. If you hit high on the life cost efficiency, 2,000 divines. Oh my god. Almost freaking jackpotted. Alright, I guess I will continue to vow these. It's not that hard. All you have to do to make this worth a lot is remove the life cost mod and get in life cost efficiency. That's it. You remove one mod, get in one mod. It's not actually that bad.
And how much damage was dealt from each source. Not just the final hit, but the story of the death. Dota 2 does something like this, and it's incredible for learning. I would love to see this in Path of Exile 2. Alternatively, or additionally, an instant replay of the death would be amazing. This is how streamers improve. They rewind, analyze, and learn. But if you're not recording or streaming, you're just left staring at the death screen like, huh? Anyway, FPS games have done this for years, or at least they did back when I played exactly one match of Warzone in 2019 and immediately retired. Here's why all of this matters. Yes, the punishments still exist, but now you have information. Now you can actually adjust your build, your defenses, or your playstyle instead of just rage quitting the game because of a frustrating death, wherein you have no clue what killed you. Every single one of us has been there, probably multiple, if not dozens of times so far in Path of Exile 2. It sucks.
Alright, here's a hot take. Anytime you die, and you have absolutely no idea how you died, that's a you problem.
The vow of many.
Emphasis on the absolutely no idea. Keep in mind, this does happen to me on rare occasions still. Although I wouldn't say absolutely no idea. Usually it's like, I'm only like 20% sure I know how I died. It's one of those things. Because here's the magic in that. If you die in a way where you have absolutely no idea how you died, you will probably die the same way again at some point. If you don't, well then it didn't really matter in the first place. But if you do die again in the same way that you died last time, let's say for example the way you die is you got off-screened by some crazy nasty projectile mob type that you'd never seen before, and you know, you're just like, what the fuck? And let's say it's doing like it's like a lightning bolt or something that's hard to see. They can off-screen you, and your lightning res is like 32 in, you know, in a tier 7 map or something. That actually sounds like a fairly typical potential scenario. And then you go back into the map and you die the same way again, and then the second time you die, like, you're on higher alert, right? So in that map, you're on high alert. So you're actually looking closer about what's going on. Maybe, for example, you're not watching a streamer who's listening to another streamer do a take on a video about death cap, and you're actually, you know, paying attention to the game that you're playing instead. So the second time you die, you start to formulate an idea about how it happened. You're like, well, okay, it looked like I saw something coming around. And then, you know, let's say it happened a third time. You're like, okay, all right, I saw it again. And then, you know, what usually would happen is you're going through the map and then you almost die. Like, it chunks you, but you're alive. And then you run over to the direction where it was, and then you see that mob there. It's like nuking, and it almost killed you that time. And then you're like, oh, okay. That's what killed me last time. And the time before that. Now I see. That's kind of the process of it. I mean, usually you can kind of figure it out. Because after you die in a way you don't understand, you're obviously going to be on super high alert. If you're able to continue running that map. Which, you know, that's a different discussion. You should be able to continue running the same map. But you're definitely going to be on much higher alert. And you're more likely to see it happen the next time. Like, I think it's okay for developers to demand a certain amount of attention span devoted towards seeing what the F is going on in the game. Even things that may be a little bit hard to see, a little bit hard to understand. There are some crazy, egregious examples. Like, a lot of the, to be fair, a lot of, like, the after-death deaths are really stupid. Like, all the after-death garbage on the ground that you can't see because your own effects get in the way of it. I definitely have sympathy over that. But in the example that I gave there, seems like a pretty realistic example. I think it's okay, that sort of sequence of things playing out. And even with the player having to overcome a certain amount of frustration in the process, that's fine. It's okay. It's perfectly healthy and normal to be a player who gets frustrated at dying, you know, in ways that you don't fully understand. You should have to be able to identify how it happened. I'm not totally against a death log or recap, but I do think it's okay to have that take. The take that maybe players should actually have to pay a little bit of attention to see what's going on, to see how they died. Anyway, I'm kind of on the fence on this one. It depends on scenarios. Like, I'm way more sympathetic toward them on things that are like after death effects that are impossible to see and stuff, against your own skill effects and things like that. But also a little bit extra sympathetic in cases where a single death is super punishing. You know, that is annoying too.
Now, there is one area I'm willing to be persuaded on when it comes to extreme punishment for death. Waystones with 6 or more modifiers currently give you 1 portal. I'd be fine with Grinding Gear Games increasing that to 2. Because no matter how many defensive layers you build, there will always be random deaths, lag spikes, or an act of God personally targeting your character. The intention is clearly to push defenses in the late game, but what often happens instead is players go full glass cannon and try to kill everything before anything can look at them funny. So, am I wrong here? Am I too in love with death? Do you still think the punishments themselves are too severe? Or do you agree that simply understanding how you died would make them far more tolerable? Let me know in the comments. And that's the 3rd episode of PB2 Quit Moments. That's today's episode.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a death recap. I can see it going both ways. I think his take is fine, and he definitely represents a side of the community that's more on the casual end, and they tend to be the side of the community that wants death recaps more. So representing that voice, I think it's fine. I don't have a major problem with it. I'm not like, you know, team death recap, team anti-death recap. You know, I don't feel like I have much of a dog in that fight. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Based on what you've been saying in the chat, it seems like you guys don't have a real dog in the fight either. Anyway, I linked it first. I'll link it again. There you go.
Every serious game needs consequences for failure.
Sorry,
if there's no
that's
punishment,
not- Why is it still there? Wait, that still didn't delete it. Yo, that's crazy. Do you guys hear the sound on that? So you see the video on it still. What? Oh, now it's gone. Okay.
Meet the dreamer.
Death cap is whatever. Okay.
Reek of stupidity.
What's my history with ARPGs and what's my favorite one? History with it would be, well, technically Diablo 2 and then Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, but I mean, I barely played Diablo 2 before getting Lord of Destruction. It was basically at the same time. That was my first one. I didn't really play any, I was a Blizzard Entertainment loyalist at the time, so I didn't even like explore their options at all. So I'm definitely like a D2 baby. For sure. I played at a pretty high level back in the day. Had enigmas and all that stuff. When Diablo 3 launched, I was like crazy stoked, and I liked it a lot more at vanilla than a lot of people did, actually, because there was some exclusivity in it. I managed to get through the mold and get into like Inferno mode gaming when other people didn't have access to it, and it was super lucrative to do that with bases you could sell. It was very hard to get gear upgrades if you weren't in Inferno and you were like stuck in hell mode and stuff, and that was a lot of people. They made it really hard. They made the game really hard for the current state of ARPGs. I bet you Inferno mode Diablo 3, like vanilla Inferno mode Diablo 3 wouldn't even be that hard to us nowadays. I think people just got better at gaming since then. Maybe. But yeah, then I kept hearing about Path of Exile, whispers of the game that was a spiritual successor to PoE 2, and in times when I was bored of D3 and maybe bored of other games that I might play that aren't ARPGs, I would think about playing it, but I didn't pull the trigger on that for a very long time. And at first when I did, I downloaded the game and then like booted it up and didn't really play it though for like 6 months, and then I finally like went back to it and was like committed myself to the idea. what helped me commit to it is I actually saw an in-game build and saw what was possible at the end, and was like, you know what? That does look really cool. That looks really awesome. So I'm gonna go for that. And I did. Those Burning Arrow Elementalists in Ultimatum League. At the time,
You have made a grave mistake. I need mana.
you didn't mind the whole atmospheric aesthetic shift as a whole? You mean from D2 to D3? No, I didn't care about that really. I suppose if I had a choice, I'd prefer the dark and gritty Diablo 2 style, but I didn't care about that as much as a lot of people did. I didn't think D3 was all that cartoony and light anyway. I mean, it wasn't no Torchlight, you know? Like that, Overwatch, Torchlight, those are like cartoony, light colored, the opposite of dark and gritty. To me, it didn't reach a certain amount that was like egregious or something. I already dropped 3 lock medallions in this map. Oh, yeah. So, intriguingly, I actually lost viewers while I was reacting to those 2 videos. So I guess it's just didn't work, guys. Lost viewers. Why though?
It's all you beat of Balam.
Maybe you guys have like music on while the stream is on, while you're playing your own game. That could be it. Then you wouldn't want to hear a react at the same time. Have your single data point? Alright, thanks.
Ancient power.
Thank you for that. 115 spirit. Uh oh, we got a chance. Hit big, hit big. Oh no, what? My god. Why? That's one max power charge. In some alternate universe, that's an amazing helmet.
Put down.
Only your angelic voice. Wow. Well, I am going to karaoke tomorrow night, so should warm up for that. Level up medallion. Singing stream when?
It's all you beat of Balam.
Listen, we're experimenting with like gameplay reaction videos. I don't want to risk losing my entire audience by, you know, pivoting from temple spam juiced farming to like straight up karaoke IRL stream. Like what? How off-putting would that be? Channel point goal? No, but then I'd have to look into channel points. 3 million channel points. Spy Master, no. feel like this data is pretty unconclusive. Or not really leaning towards no magic being better. I'm not seeing any meaningful loss or gain. Always cast on crit build at the end game. Hey, last league I technically was a cast on crit build, but it was just a little bit of utility. It wasn't like the damage source. This time it is though. Oh yeah. I had to show the people, like people were excited about cast on crit builds. I was like, you guys are doing it wrong. You're gonna use a spell to proc cast on crit, something like that? Nah, dude. You gotta use a real skill like Twister. You gotta send like 60 Twisters out at once. It lasts for 5 to 10 seconds each. You can hit the same target over and over. Don't even lose the projectiles bouncing off walls. You can literally get like 1,000 hits in one attack potentially. You could have 1,000 crits go off in one attack, theoretically. And what's gonna compete with that? What skill could you possibly use to deliver more crits in an efficient manner?
You have made a grave mistake. No mana.
Herald's pretty good too. Well, Herald, that was all about Herald last league. You guys know it was doing Coming Calamity. What about them Heralds? Yeah, maybe they will nerf cast on crit. That would be well timed actually. Imagine they don't nerf twist. Imagine they buff Twister and nerf cast on crit. That would be like absolute best case
You have made
scenario.
a grave mistake.
Because then everybody would gravitate towards that pure Deadeye Twister build. And we be in business. In business. Alright guys, we're going to finish it up right here. I'm going to get some actually, lunch, not dinner actually. Dinner for me, lunch for everybody else. Let me count how many Divine Orbs you dropped. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 72. Yeah, pretty normal number. Pretty normal. Alright, divided by 4 is 68. The Temple No Magic looks higher, but the sample size was too low, and it had unusually high rarity on a couple of those maps, so yeah. A little misleading. I'm also kind of eyeballing the rarity roll. Wow, this is almost an actual perfect Alpha's Howl. What's that worth? Really? Dude, seriously? It's worth like 10 div. Uncorrupted. Okay. Nah, probably won't sell. We did do one really cool thing today. We finally ended the terrible stroke of bad luck on the amulet and successfully sanctified. For +4 with a net neutral rarity of items found. +2, -2. I did lose energy shield though. Maybe like 100 energy shield lost. But oh well. Yeah, if you have 300%, you gain even more mods. That's true. Yup. I have some good video ideas, I think. I want to make a video about the the tech of freeze that I'm using on this build. We'll make a video about crafting. I think I'll just kind of make an all-encompassing crafting video for the build. I don't know. I'll think about it. You know, we'll talk about the mirror tier craft. There's one other video I was gonna do. Oh, a video about hitting like level 38 Spark, cast on crit Spark, and how like the transition from Twister damage to Spark damage happened. Just kind of showcasing crazy high Spark. Although I should probably just make that the ultimate in-game. But yeah, I'll probably actually make that the build showcase video, talking about the Spark gem. It's pretty sick though, eh guys? Level 38 Spark. So I could get 39 if I sanctified the weapons, but I can't actually sanctify this weapon, so I'm not going to do that. I think I'm capped out at level 38. I don't think I can go higher. Unless I change my offhand, but again, that's only for one weapon set. And that is with a level 3 all Spark gems. How long are you holding off on corrupting the spear? I may not corrupt it at all. It's fine. As long as people are still coming here and there about mirroring it. We did like 6 mirrors yesterday and 1 mirror copy today. Yeah, and that's without Uhtred's. That's with a fully powered Spark cast on crit with like absolutely huge supports. Huge damage supports here. It is absolutely sick. But my Spark damage and Twister damage increased in the past 48 hours. A lot. Wild. Holy amulet. Yeah. True. Path of Exile 2. Who's out there? Who's streaming? I must be the stream that's showing at the office. No, they put PoE 1 stream up. It's like hardly anybody. Doing actual PoE 2 right now. How much was that Prism of Belief? No, it was 3,000 div at the time. Mirrors were worth 5,000 or 6,000 at the time. That was like 3 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago I bought it. Wait, no, I bought it for 2,500 actually. They were fluctuating around like 2,500 to 3,000. I was monitoring the value of them for a few days. They were, if anything, they were falling at the time. Then I bought one, and then they were starting going up again. Finding somebody to raid. Oh, snap. I just caught Prada. Guys, we just caught Prada simping. I opened a stream I'd never seen before. And the Prada's like spamming chat. That's funny as hell. I'm gonna end up on a raider. That's so funny. Dude, that's hilarious. I gotta troll him. Alright, we're gonna raid Princess Jiggleboom. Crazy name. PoE 2 stream. I don't know what's going on over there, but showed up on the radar, so. I'll see you guys later if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, enjoy. And let's go. Let's go heckle 787 Prada. Aha. Anyway, we'll see you guys next time. I will not be on tomorrow. I'm busy. We'll see you in a couple days. I'll make sure I come out with at least one YouTube video. In the meantime, peace.